Check, check. Check, check. It's working now. Okay, I'll do a repeat and tell everybody hi again. Let's see, we got Tico, we have Sweet, we have Cable, we have Susanna, we have Nicholas. Who else do we got? I know we got somebody else in here. I know Zini's in here. Alright, audio is corrected. Sorry about that. I rebooted my computer and of course it did something crazy. Welcome in, Robert. So I did see an alien before I actually went live, so it's a legitimate alien count. Okay, so it was on the security camera. So it was probably a bug. But we're gonna call it an alien anyways. Because that's how we roll around here. So, okay, welcome in, Bisay. Or Bisay. My bad. Gator, there will be a test. So you know. We are looking at the Flaming Star Nebula. So the other night it was the Flame Nebula. Tonight it's the Flaming Star Nebula. On a kick, I guess. I was looking at something else earlier and I was not pleased at how it was coming in and it was giving me a lot of stack failures. So, yep, there's a test. I'm actually trying to remember what I was looking at earlier. I couldn't tell you. I wasn't pleased with how it came out, so I bailed out on it. I could look, I guess. I don't know if it tells me what it is, though. Yeah, Cassiopeia was... The Ghost of Cassiopeia was this one. And it was... It's one of those, I think I'm just going to have to straight up be in very dark skies. I'm in a Portal 4 here, and it's just not dark enough. I've got random traffic I have to deal with. But here's some we took the other night, Tico. M51. And M1. And if you know, you know. Oh, I remember what this one was. This was the Tadpole Nebula, and it wasn't making me happy. It wasn't coming in fast enough. So, I got tired of it. Welcome in, Cecil. This is live of the Flaming Star Nebula. Been at it for a little over 30 minutes. And to reference its location, I do like this little feature because it gives you a better idea of what in the world is out there in the sky tonight. So the teeny tiny little blue box is what we're looking at. right above what I was using as a thumbnail. Yep. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. Hopefully we can get some more of that pale imagery. Hey, Sue, welcome in. Gator's hiding because I told him there's a test. So I'll give you the test answers now. The test questions are, what are we looking at? And we are looking at the Flaming Star Nebula, which is IC 405. And I already forgot the Caldwell on it. My bad. That's okay. I told him to cheat. I told him to Google stuff, and he won't even do that. He always tells me space. Or for, you know, the Orion Nebula, he likes to tell me it's the turkey. Which, don't get me wrong, it does kind of look like a turkey. Exactly. Throw some slides up there so you can get a little bit of a break from the same old, same old. Although the slides, I just keep adding to them, that's all. I don't pull out any of the old ones, I just add more. Welcome in, L. Georges. Good to see you, my friend. And there is the Orion Nebula on the screen. Do we have a star cluster called LG? I don't know. We should. Gator and the turkey. That cracks me up. Gotta love the Horsehead Nebula. And that was the Flame Nebula. And back we go to the Flaming Star Nebula, which is currently live. It looks like the little dog decided to take a little nappy poo, so I'm happy about that. Depends on the day. Depends on what looks nicer for the night. Like, I caught the Whirlpool Galaxy the other night. Oof. And that was merely because it was there. Let's see if I've got that one right here handy. Yeah. That was from the other night. Hi, little girl. Do you want to say hi to everybody? Want to say hi to everybody? Come on. There you go. Of course she wants to say hi. Oh, sit down. Thank you. You saying hi? Oh, that was very sexy. Now you need to split. And then what else have we got lately? This one was pretty impressive too, Tico. I was pretty happy with this one. That is correct. And this is NGC 2024 that you're looking at right now. Because I got my cheat sheet here handy. Yeah, she's a spoiled child, but it's okay. It really does. I've been really pretty dang happy with this telescope. And every time they do an update, if it's something handy and useful, I definitely am on board with it. And everything has been either a small bug fix or a major enhancement. And the enhancements have been, they've been stellar. Let's just put it that way. So Tico, I did do a short that I put out, and it was something, I believe it was called Year in Pictures. And it was a bunch of random stuff. Probably about half of them are in the slideshow that I show in the lives, but some of them were just random ones that were in my phone. You know what, Tico? That's the truth. The best telescope for anyone to have is the one they actually use. And I used and abused my other telescope to the point where it's needing some repairs. And I'll do those repairs, but the fact that it takes me 5 minutes to set this thing up and be looking at something right away makes it totally worthwhile. Stop. I have a very terrible dog. Give me a minute here. Alright, I think the dog might have chilled out for a minute. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. She does what she does. I just have to deal with it sometimes. It's okay. I was ready to go live, but I didn't have my bed made, so I figured I better at least make my bed before I go live, so I don't have to figure out how to make my bed before I have to go to bed. So, yeah. Yeah, my dishes can kind of wait. I only have a couple. They might get done before I go to bed, because I don't have to make my bed. Yeah, I saw an alien before I went live, so it's not even... Maybe I should pull the counter off there just because, you know, it's almost a lie. It's not a total lie. I saw it. Does that count? Does that count or not? Because I had to wash my sheets? So I had to put it back together, basically. But no, as far as make my bed, are you crazy? No, I do not make my bed. I might straighten out the covers just to keep my dog out of it, and that's about it. I'm an honest person. I'll use my mother's excuse, and my mother's excuse was I'm airing out the bed. I like it. It's legit. Airing out the bed. That's absolutely legitimate. Nobody goes in my room either, except for the dog. And she'll just go mess up the bed anyway, so making it is kind of pointless. That's absolutely legitimate. Nobody goes in my room either, except for the dog. And she'll just go mess up the bed anyway, so making it is kind of pointless. And that is precisely what I had to do earlier, Tico, is I washed my sheets and the dog was in there fooling around on the mattress and I'm like, no. Just no. I gotta make my bed before she decides to do anything crazy in there. So yeah, had to make the bed. It's rather crudely made, I might add. It's not made well. It's just there's a blanket on the top, so it I can sleep there. I'm good to go. It's rather crudely made, I might add. It's not made well. It's just there's a blanket on the top. Do 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 do. Oh, hooray, the small one has finally settled again. We'll see if it stays that way. She has her moment. Oh yeah. We will definitely. We've already got one pretty decent trip scheduled up and everything. And that's our summer vacation. So we'll be gone for 2 weeks, camping the whole dang way. And then I'm sure we'll have some lengthy, long weekends too, because we can. So I think the way we were discussing it is the number of available days off. We'll just probably go for, we'll probably just go for, 4-day weekends and do that, because that ends up, if you go for just a weekend, just going for Friday night, Saturday night, it's always kind of chaotic. So if you get there Thursday and you leave on Monday, it's definitely a little bit more entertaining experience because you have more time to just kind of chill out. You get there before the massive number of people get there. You leave after the massive number of people have left. So it's kind of a nice change up and just gives you a little bit more time to appreciate a longer weekend. Ed's travels today were from Nebraska to somewhere in Kansas. But yeah, he's doing the thing. Pretty sure he's snoozing already. He was pretty shot after driving. He did a lot of driving. But yeah, we're definitely looking forward to our big vacation and the various 4-day weekends that we'll be able to pull off, so it'll be nice. It'll just have to be scheduled out kind of ahead of time, so we always end up with what kind of weather are we going to end up with. So quite seriously, there's a great dark skies park that's not super far from me. Let me grab their little thing here. Get some of the dust off of it so you can actually see it. Anyways, it's called Middle Fork River Forest Preserve, and it's actually a dark sky park. It's in Champaign County, Illinois. And quite seriously, where we camp is with that view. So it's not like a false advertisement in any way. It's absolutely a lovely campground. And a dark sky park. But it's only, quote unquote, dark sky guaranteed on the weekdays. They even have a little observatory on one end of the park. And it's definitely pretty cool. But it's a nice campground. And yeah. So the unfortunate part is every single camp trip we took last summer, it rained. And we took a 2-week vacation last summer and it rained most of that. We got to get the telescope out maybe 3 times and maybe 4. We got to take it out for some sunbathing. Oh, hey, Dimmy, welcome. We got to take it out for a little bit of sunbathing. We took it out for some night sky stuff. But that was before a couple of very important updates came through on the telescope. One of which was the ability to do the equatorial mounting, and the other was the ability to save all of the raw files. And saving the raw files has been more of a game changer than anything. Because honestly, I've only set up with the polar alignment a couple of times because it's kind of a hassle. And unless I feel like I'm gonna do it for quite a while and stay up, do an all-nighter or something like that on one target, it's an awful lot of work to set it up. So at some point I'll get more proficient at it, but right now I'm kind of klutzy when setting it up on the equatorial mount. So fingers crossed I'll get the hang of it and we'll get some absolute screaming images. So, but yeah, when I'm out at that dark sky park, we can barely use our phones. So streaming from out there is a no bueno. However, we'll be able to at least get some beautiful sky provided it doesn't rain. That's been the biggest dilemma. Like I said, last summer was honestly the rainiest camp summer ever. I had exactly one trip where it didn't rain, and that was the very last one. And that was when I took the image of the Veil Nebula that I have in the rotation of the slideshow. From a super secret camping location, yeah. Yeah, you can definitely, you can just use it with your phone. It has an app that you run with it that essentially, if I basically bail down to, well, we can go down to here, and that's what the app looks like. It's the same on a phone as it is on a tablet, and you can run with it and do everything you need from your cell phone. It connects via Bluetooth and has a Wi-Fi. So you do not need to have it on a network. It has its own Wi-Fi built in. So even if you don't have cellular signal, you can still use it. So if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you have no cell phone signal at all, it'll still work. It's a fabulous thing. Wow, I'm getting some massive light pollution on that. I suspect it is from neighborhood lights based on what I'm seeing outside. Yeah, and the actually the app's really easy to use too. As far as the features go, you just kind of have to learn about the features. It has built into it, it has how to use all the features. So if you go through the tutorials on the scope itself, so if you actually go into the tutorials, you can get into a lot of good stuff in the tutorials. So pretty much tells you how to do everything. Like this remote connection stuff is all brand spanking new. So essentially, if I wanted to park this at a remote location and just leave it turned on, as long as that remote location has a network connection and I have the ability to log into that profile, I can log into it at a remote location. So there are places that are dark sky locations that host places to put your telescope. And it's expensive. But if you're doing it either just for the scientific value or you're getting some kind of really amazingly brilliant content from being at a dark sky location, then it might actually, it might be worth it. But I'd just as soon have it where I can use it anytime. Take it where I go. Yeah, so the way it actually works, Tico, is it uses your phone's GPS coordinates to get that particular location locked into it first of all. And then essentially you tell it to go point at a star or a star field or a nebula or something of that nature, and it'll go point at it. If it's out of calibration, it'll act a little wonky and it'll take a few for it to actually do that. The last time I calibrated it, it went really quickly. I have not calibrated it since the last 2 firmware updates. So it's still doing amazingly good. It does some stupid stuff when I get onto Jupiter and it's low enough in the sky that I probably run into trees, but it is what it is. Yeah, Nicholas, I posted a picture of the telescope with its little battery backup on it. So the battery backup plugs into the USB-C port that you can plug into like a mini observatory, yes. And it could literally be a very mini observatory. Which gets my little brain just going, which is just terrible. I don't know if you can take the battery out of it if it's just exclusively running on hardwired power. That I do not know. I'd have to spec it for him. But yeah, the other part of it is I don't have a spot that I can put it really permanently, which is why I huck it out there when it gets dark and go grab it before it's light. Or there's just too many questions. I'm not much in the way of being an actual people person, surprisingly. Or perhaps it's just the people that I live around. I'm skeptical to talk to them, so it's more like I just as soon hide in my house. Go outside when it's dark. Sneak around like a vampire sometimes. I keep hours like a vampire. But it's only because I drink coffee all the dang time. So give me a sec, I need some more of it. All right, LG, you have a great night too. We shall see what sort of shenanigans we get into. I'm sure there's liable to be some. Happens. Is your snow melting at all, LG? Just curious. Or are you just gonna be buried in it forever? Till like June or something? Nice. Did you get freaked out, Demi? Or were you kind of open to it to begin with? I understand, Demi. I completely understand. Okay, context. Context, context. All right, Nicholas was not. Were you over in off topic, Nicholas? If you missed the live that popped off just before my live popped off, then there really is a context to all of that. Okay, yeah, there is a context. We were watching some spooky stuff, and there was definitely some questionable paranormal activity in this one video where this gal was doing security work going through a hotel that was presumably haunted, and her hair got pulled, and it was blatantly obvious in this security video. And yes, it was fun. Sweet, you can drop the link if you want to. So yeah, it was there's a context to the conversation in case you were wondering what was going on. I knew what Demi was talking about immediately, and then it's like, what? Yeah, yeah, we get weird over here too, but yeah, that was a fun conversation. That was definitely interesting. And some fun interjections on the how, the why, and the what. But the stream is called Off Topic, and boy is it ever. It's fun though. Even the off topics get off sometimes. It's whack. It's fun. But we were talking about aliens and ghosts and things. Chemtrails and cool fish, and you never know. It could go any direction. Yeah, it's perfect. Oh. Type exclamation point link, and that'll at least drop your link. Oh, there you go. Good job, Gator. So that way you'll now have the context, Nicholas. Definitely entertaining stuff. Sometimes they get a little wild. But that was the live that we pretty much came over here right after. Faster than Gen Z? Yeah, probably. Us old people have to juke and jive and do all kinds of crazy stuff. We're pretty good at it. Alright, sweet. I'm gonna sneak out and have a smoke real quick. So watch my stuff. I think it was at about the 3/4 point, Tico. But yeah, you can watch it later. It's definitely amusing. And I'll be right back. I think it was at about the 3/4 point, Tico. But yeah, you can watch it later. It's definitely amusing. Hello. Did any aliens walk by the camera? Like me? Yeah, Gator, what are you cooking tomorrow? You did drop a Chef Boyardee video that I also need to watch. I was actually looking at what is looking decent in the sky and why I'm getting just wrecked by the lights. I got lights on either side of the image I'm trying to get here. So, maybe a dinosaur or two? Probably. So, I'm going to move on to something else. We'll come back and we'll try and stack that later. That's what I started with, is a big blank sky with a couple of stars in it. Which is how they pretty much all start. They look real quiet for a minute. And then they start coming in. Oh yeah, baby back ribs sounds good. Let's see what kind of galaxies might be out and about tonight. Let's go a different direction. Let's go here. Just... right? No. That's not right. Okay, I was trying this one earlier, and it's trying to give it back to me. Alright, I'm game. We'll go back to it. Why not? So I can show you what I already got of this planet before, or of this galaxy. I do believe it is this one right here. So that's what we have of it so far. So presuming that we're still in a relatively decent plane of it, and it was pretty high to begin with. I might have some rotation I might have to deal with. And I think what it's doing anymore is it basically builds its own mosaic, knowing that you're running in Alt-Az. And if not, I may end up with some just absolutely insane photo. Who knows? Or it might not work at all. Guess we'll find out. See what happens. I figure if I have low expectations and, you know, end up with something really cool, then I don't get sad. It's definitely going to give me a run for my money, though. They all look cool. Like I said, it depends on what I end up getting with this session. Because what it does is it ends up making a... I could probably go stack something. See what I got from before. I don't know. That might be worthwhile too. Behind the scenes mumbling. Yeah, it looks like I'm still gonna get some light pollution. Yeah. You hang on, dog. Dog woke up when I went outside. Dang it. So basically, this image right here is from this subset of images. No. I did not. I did not pay attention. Because it wasn't that clear last night. It was kind of weird last night. It's like mildly hazy or something. Like I could see a couple things in the sky, but I couldn't tell what it exactly was. I could pick out Jupiter and that was about it. Alright, take care, Nicholas. Have a good night. Don't work too hard. Oh, that'd totally be why. That is definitely why I did not see it. Because I'm pretty sure I was looking at the backside of my eyelids. Okay. Oh, dang. Yeah, it was such a bunch of weird atmosphere last night. Cool. I see now. We could go take a look at the Horsehead Nebula. Oh, you stop. Be right back. I think she's serious. She could be lying, but I think she's serious. I'll be right back. Alrighty-roo. Welcome in, James. Master of None. It is actually very clear. I took the dog out and she had a totally other agenda. She just wanted to wander around, so when she pulls her wandering around shenanigans, I end up looking around. And it's still pretty clear. There's a little bit of garbage up to the north, but it's not all bad. I think the clouds I was dealing with earlier, were supposed to hit me like now, and I don't think they're there now. So I don't know. The weather reports that I look at are varied. Thanks for coming in. I did get your email. I did respond to it, I believe. And yeah, you're fine, Chris. Come on back when you come on back. I was looking at this target earlier when it was rising, and now it is kind of on the way back down. So one of the things that's kind of cool about this app is it gives you the where the hell it is. So I was basically watching it from somewhere in here to about somewhere in here. And it was looking pretty good, but I'm just like, no, because it starts to get too high and it gets a little weird. So decided to move to something else, which was this target right here. And we will try to come back to that one. This is the Flaming Star Nebula, with all the garbage around the outside edges is pretty much light pollution from my neighborhood, so we'll see what we can do with it. We might just have to crop it up or something. Probably not that much, but you know what I'm saying. Crop a little bit out of it, clean it up a bunch, and see what we wind up with. This was from the other night, which was... It's such a pretty one. I love M51. Didn't exactly realize it was going to be up that night, so I'm like, alright, we'll play with that for a minute. And the Crab Nebula. I suspect I could do a better job on that one too. So we could go poke at that one. Ooh. And this one was from the other night too. Yeah, M51 turned out really nice the other night. M51. and M1. Definitely a cool night of grabbing stuff. I guess I should pay attention to what's going on right now because I'm obviously missing how many stack failures I'm getting. If I'm getting a whole bunch of stack failures, it's more of a game of aggravation. $51. Sure you are. I thought it was 32 the other day. But maybe I forgot how to math, so it's all good. Right now, I can show you what we're looking at right now. It's a little ways above the Pleiades, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. The teeny tiny, itty bitty blue box is what we're looking at. Well, happy early birthday then, James. You're a youngster. '82, huh? That'd be right. Pretty sure I forgot what I was doing in '82. And it's probably best that way. Easy now. So you know how to find the Pleiades, right? That won't help you very much. I generally, to find the Pleiades, am able to look at Orion's belt and follow that to the Pleiades. Tell your back that you're young. Okay. Back? This man is young. He's young, trust me. Yeah, right around 40 you start actually realizing, oh crap, I did a lot of crap when I was young. What was I thinking? Pretty sure that 40 was where I started noticing pain. Welcome in, astrotherapist. Just poke in the sky. Poke in the sky. This is a C star, yes, it's a S50. And we're looking at IC 417, which I was looking at a little bit earlier. Yeah, you'll have that, James. Mine's definitely the same. I hobble around an awful lot. It doesn't look so good. I don't let my husband hike behind me with the camera on. There's just like it does not happen frequently. Oh my goodness, little dog. Why are you being such a little dog? Yeah, pain. Just from... It's like, wow, where did that come from? But, you know, look at it like this. Getting old is a luxury not everyone gets to appreciate. So, I try to appreciate as much of it as possible. Alright, get up here. Get up here. Oh my gosh. How am I doing this? As in, how am I doing the stream, or what are you talking about exactly, astrotherapist? If you're actually wondering how I'm doing the stream is running through OBS, and the C star is in one frame, which is above my head basically. I'm in another frame, and the C star is on the other side. And essentially it's running on a tablet, and the tablet is connected to my network. You have to go into, oh crap, what's it called? Station mode. So you go into station mode, and that allows you to get onto the internet. But I've got a little plug-in from my PC. I saw an alien too, Gator. So I have a plug into my PC to my tablet, and I'm running basically a small overlay called source copy, and it's running to, it's basically just running off my tablet. It's crazy. Yeah, but it's station mode is how you get it connected to your network, and then it's source copy that actually brings it into the stream. So it's as live as it can be, with whatever delays my system's throwing at it. But how's that for a bunch of technical crap? Oh my god, sorry. That was Zena putting in her 2 cents worth. Sorry about that. But yeah, station mode's kind of slick. That was one of the newer updates. Here, I'll throw a slideshow at you just for fun. Haven't done this one in a minute. Just kind of give you the rundown of the goodies that we have in general. The pictures on the left are actually done with a DSLR camera from the solar eclipse that was back last year in April. Was it April? Yeah, April. And the center pictures is pretty much the scope and the gadgets. And the pictures on the right are from the scope. And my dog's about to have a hizzy, so go ahead and just listen to the music for a minute. Oh my dog. So basically what we're running right now is the simplest setup plus the leveler. So the leveler is the second picture there. And that's, I don't even have the legs extended. And it's just sitting on a cement pad. Station mode was definitely a game changer. But having the tablet makes it a little bit easier for me because it gives me less garbage on the desktop to begin with. So on my actual tablet desktop, I have it pretty well cleaned up. So there's not a bunch of junk on it to begin with. And then I'm not going to have suddenly a ringing phone. Although I could attach my phone and do the same thing. Hey, welcome in, Kendall. Good to see you, friend. We're hoping for this, but for right now, looking at the Spider Nebula, we're getting this. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Oh, Xena. God, I hope this dog settles down. She's giving me absolute fits tonight. Give me the stick. Give me that stick. Give me that stick. Bark at the neighbors. Go lay down. With any luck, this dog will lay down, but right now she ain't doing it. No, me yelling at my dog, but I try to mute that whenever possible. Nobody needs to hear me swearing like a sailor. Maybe you do, but not today. I really want to look at Jupiter. I always want to look at Jupiter, though. What can I say? Here, we'll look at this one. Because that one just makes me kind of happy. Tiny little glimpse of the moons. You have to whack all the light out of it, though. Don't bark in the neighborhood. Oh, I bark in the neighborhood. I bark at my dog when she barks at me. It's random. Welcome back, sweet. I want to go crunch this one. I just think there's something in that. I want to go crunch it. So that's what's going to happen. Especially because this is not going as well as I thought it was going to go, so. Sometimes I'm just too dang impatient. Or barking at you. I don't know. Let's do it all. And see if we have any alien invaders that don't look right. Sometimes you just get some weird stuff in there, and satellites irritate the crap out of me sometimes. But I decided with the amount of space junk that is out there, I'll do 10-second exposures instead of longer ones. And then I don't lose as much data. Don't get a lot of star trailing and stuff like that either, so that works out. Do 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 do. So I'll give you space slides again. What does crunch mean? Basically, I use just about every kind of weird word. I think I said something. I think I threw Dimmy off on that one too. When I go and stack the images, it essentially just takes all of those 10-second images and grabs all of the light from them and does what it does. So what you're basically looking at on the screen right now is essentially the same image taken over and over and over, and it's just picking up various bits of light and then combining it all. But the technical term is stacking, and I'll use just about everything but the right word most of the time, so my bad. Anyway, I'm going to put you back on the slideshow, and I'm going to sneak out and have a smoke. Oh, thank you, James. I was actually that's funny because yeah, my spouse gets all of the intel on that. I told him he needs to forward me the information, so I would at least know when we get a donation. But thank you so much, much appreciated, my friend. That is my spouse. And he would be here, but he is a working man. Yeah, if you poke around the channel, you'll see what he actually looks like. He actually made a very brief appearance on my last live stream, so that's the most recent appearance. Stop. I'm not playing into your games, dog. No. 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 It's not working. Oh my god. Oh my god, dog. Stop it. I can't win. I'll be back. And it looks like it is done doing the thing. So let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Woohoo, 354. That's not too bad. That cleaned up pretty decently. You're welcome. Thanks, James, for coming on in. Much appreciated. I will get you an email out and we'll do some sticker swapping and stuff. Because I do have stickers. I actually have some right here, in fact. Oh, my dog. It's right here. Da da da. The stickers. That came out pretty decent. This dog. Are you finished screwing around, little dog? Even the least little bit. Stop. Right now. I need you to stop it. Kind of like that. Oh, my dog. Get out of here. Something like that. I want to do a little bit of cut back a little brightness here and there. I like it. Oh, thank you. What's the story behind the name of this channel? The story behind the name of this channel was we actually built a camper out of a flatbed trailer, basically, that had us going for a good 3 years. But shortly after we built our bed with storage on wheels, we stumbled across an A-frame camper, and it was a small A-liner. And when we pulled into the campground, the couple in the A-liner saw our camper and went, wow, I didn't think anybody could camp any smaller than we did. And we saw the A-frame and went, ooh, I like that. And we started doing some research on the A-frames and kind of settled on a model that we wanted to get our hands on. And found one, bought it, and started a channel. So the very early videos are definitely pretty raw. The how-to videos are actually pretty useful, and some of those are kind of raw, but they get to the point. But yeah, at tonight? We should be able to look at this one. This one's a really nice one to look at. Does not take long to come in. Oh, Xena. And we can do the da 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 da. Yeah, it's quite authentic. And the artwork that's on our logo and my shirt, my cup, that was actually drawn by a friend, and it's quite an accurate representation of what our camper looks like. So our logo gives you quite a bit. Yes, Gator, you can. Stop it. Where's your ball? She keeps trading balls too. Little weirdo. So when I was cleaning all the BS off of my old desk and out of my old desk, I came across a little plastic thing that I have a variety of very cool guitar picks in. And they vary by who they're from. But if you know, you know. Some of these you won't probably know unless you're from around here. Sweet would know this one, probably. Yeah, it actually, surprisingly, it sleeps 4 if you're kind of chummy. Don't mind each other's company. But it's great for a couple. It's got a great little kitchen set up. I cook outside 99% of the time unless it's absolute crap, and then I have alternative methods of cooking besides using the stove or the oven. And I literally wanted the model with an oven, and there's a whole nother story behind that, but I wanted the model with an oven, and I still haven't used the oven as an oven. Makes a great place to store bread and snacks. But I have not used the oven as an oven yet. They vary so much in floor plans too. So that was the thing, is you can go from itty bitty ones to great big ones. Yeah, 101's gorgeous. And I haven't actually really looked at it in a while, because the last couple of times I tried getting a good shot of M101, I had my stuff set up in my backyard, and for whatever reason, that I have a neighbor that lives back behind me, decided that they needed to start using their porch light, and I could never get their attention in the evening to ask them not to do it. So now that I've got my telescope in a different location, it's less of a hassle, but their porch light's on right now. So if I had my scope out in the backyard, it would be an absolute no bueno. But I am still apparently getting some light pollution from that general area. But I'm not in a perfect spot per se for light pollution situations. Depends on what I'm aiming at. But this was just, yeah, let's look at that. It's been a while. M101 is gorgeous. M51 is gorgeous. Pretty much Andromeda's amazing. They're all beautiful and unique. That's the thing I really like about them. So I have 2 of these. Like I said, if you know, you know. I have 2 of these too. I didn't know I had 2 of those. I've got some from Veilside Band. They are no longer in existence, but they were awesome. This is from Styx. This is from a previous member of Queensryche. This is from Royal Bliss. This is from Michael Wilton of Queensryche. And so is this one. Another one from Veilside. And I can't remember who that's from. And I can't read it because my eyeballs aren't working. But I have a bunch of them in here. The oven is propane, yes. But I typically, we cheat out and we take a little toaster oven because most of the time we don't want to bake a lot of stuff anyway. I could basically bake a small cake. I could bake bread in there if I really wanted to. But yeah, that's an awful lot of propane, and it gets really hot in there when you're baking, and we're typically camping in the summer, so even cooking inside is kind of a no. We generally just, we picked up a tent that's very similar to a clamshell, and you can put walls on the whole thing. It can be a completely enclosed tent, and we cook in there. We vent it out and whatnot, but we cook in there. We'll take our Blackstone in there and really vent it out, including a fan and stuff like that. I just collect picks. I used to play the guitar a long time ago, but I just collect picks. Those are literally all handed to me by band members at concerts, so it happens like that. I have some crazy stories too, but we won't go there today. Those are campfire kind of stories. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I found these picks when I was cleaning out my desk, and yeah, I was rather surprised at the strange variety I had in there. I didn't realize I even had one from Royal Bliss. That's cool. So, just different bands. I have drums. I also have drumsticks too. And drum. I've got a drum head. I have a grip of autographs, photos, and stuff like that. The crab is available again tonight. I am not positive where. Or at least it was earlier. I mean, that's kind of your what you get for the night. Yeah, I've definitely had some fun. I can show you one thing that's definitely interesting and not far from me here. Yeah, this doesn't give you much more than the fact that it was a concert. Okay, so this right here is an all-access pass to a rather interesting get-together, and Sweet Acres was also at this get-together, and it was called Nestor Fest, and the lead act was Way Jennings, which is Waylon Jennings' grandson, and he's not bad at all. He's actually pretty good, and his band was playing with Dusty, who is a friend of ours, and a young lady by the name of Grace Atkins opened the whole show. I am the only one who got everybody's autograph at that show. There was a lovely lady who was trying really hard, but she missed Grace, and I think she got everybody else. And I caught Grace on her way out the door. So somewhere out there, there's photos of me with Way Jennings. There's some pretty hilarious pictures of that whole show and whatnot. Let's see. What other kind of crap do I have in here? Where's my good? Yeah, this is one of my Queensryche VIP passes that has all of the band had signed it. It was fun. The random swag. The random swag that you can't not just hang on to, you know. And where these came, there's more of these. These just happen to be the cool ones. And then over here I've got my Bill of Rights and my cable company tag. Limited edition. And it says, I am a cable company subscriber. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I got myself a little Liberty Bell up there too, so that's mine. I gotta get one when we go through PA again. Because, you know, why not? Oh, you're not, yeah, it is It's metal. It is indeed metal. It's pretty heavy. So the ones that I have multiples of, it's usually because I either got two at the show somehow, or I managed to get another one at a later date, which, like, I've got some other Queensryche ones too. That's pretty heavy. Like, since I've not really been listening to some of their latest music, I've kind of fallen out of touch with what they have out there, but I still love their old collection. So, if you want to listen to some very good Queensryche, go back to the beginning and start there. If you like it, you'll probably like a lot of it. Oh yeah, those are totally collector's items, and they're not huge, so they're easy to collect. Guitar picks, if you get, if you happen to be one of the lucky few that happens to be in the middle of the crowd that, they chuck one out in the audience. Like I had Ed from Queensryche straight up hand me one right after doing the riff for Jet City Woman. And, I got that on video somewhere. Fun stuff. And getting the random nod from the band when you're doing something over the top. Fun stuff. Been there, done that. I'm old, but I did buy the t-shirt. And it's in a box somewhere. It's possibly in my closet. I have not seen Slipknot. But I've heard those are awesome too. Probably the loudest concert I was ever at would be Breaking Benjamin and Avenged Sevenfold. But an excellent concert. Outstanding concert. But I've seen a whole bunch of different types of music too, so. Okay. No, my telescope has not disappeared, but the security camera software is updating, so it'll come back in a minute. Oh, dude, I'm not kidding you. We've got some great heavy metal bands. Seen Alice Cooper a few times. I've seen Queensryche a bunch of times. They were great. I mean, I started following them. Okay, I'll date myself here. I started following them in the 90s. And they were still pretty damn young back then. And I've seen a bunch of changes in the band, some of which were wonderful, some of which not so much. But a lot of the British metal bands were great too. That is M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy. It's definitely a pretty one. I've heard of them, and I think you're right. I think they're Swedish too. That would have been a cool concert. M33 is beautiful too. I agree. Triangulum's a lovely one. Pretty sure I got some too, actually. I should have something on here. Maybe not on the tablet. Maybe on the tablet. Pretty sure that's the Triangulum Galaxy right there. Yeah, safety at a metal concert is sort of a side thought. It's an afterthought usually. Try something here. Okay then. I guess I don't get to have my my security camera back. I could still see it on the normal display. I like Iron Maiden. I do like Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, Judas Priest. That's what I was meaning. Some of those British metal bands were the bomb. Love that stuff. Hey Gator, do you know what we're looking at right now? We're not looking at it directly, but we're looking at a picture of. I know, it's gorgeous. I thought about looking at it tonight, but it's pretty high. It's the Triangulum Galaxy. It's just beautiful. It is when I first saw it the first time, I'm like, wow, that, and it starts to come in very quickly. That's the wonderful thing about it, is it just starts coming in so quickly. You can get such a great view of it really, really rapidly. It's a fun one. It's a pretty one. You bet. I know this one can get really bright too. It just depends on how long I'm willing to stay awake. And that's the truth. Jimmy, to be fair, they all kind of look like whirlpool galaxies, and a lot of them do anyway. They all have that spiral arm thing going on. I just like how bright the triangulum comes in. That thing is so beautiful. It's just so bright. Andromeda's another one that's really, really bright and really quick to be seen. But the real whirlpool galaxy is that one. Right there. Yeah, she is being good right now. She's being good because she had to go out, and she was not gonna let me forget about it until she went out and actually did the thing. So now that she's all properly serviced, she's fine. Weirdo. But she carries on. Yeah, it is very beautiful. Pretty dang happy with that one too, to be fair. That ended up coming out nice. nice. It is Xena, Xena. Like the warrior princess. Yes, that is correct. Someone's taking notes. Close. I mean, same pronunciation. I love his Xena too. She's a sweetheart. She's such a good dog. Oh no, I'm out of coffee. Stand by. Yay. Yep, hers here is with an X. It looks like it's starting to pick up some of the color, just in general. It happens, Gator. Like I told somebody, I think it was in Sweet's chat. It was in Sweet's chat, and I said I read fluent gibberish and typo. And when I'm saying I am able to read fluent gibberish, Ed's been typing some crazy stuff to me for years. So, it happens. And after a while, you just get a skill. It's a strange skill, but it is a skill nonetheless. Oh, and here's yet another little souvenir that's along with this particular pass here and all these autographs. This little bracelet came from one of Dusty's little favorite fans. And Sweet knows who I'm talking about. But I'm not going to name drop because she's a minor. It's cute watching her at the shows when she was little. When she was a little youngster. Exactly. But for now, your name is safe, little lady. But that individual was the same person that came in second for getting all the autographs. And as stated, the only one she didn't get was Grace's. Everybody else she got. I just got Grace before Grace got a chance to leave. Because she had to go before the end of the show. And we were there for the weekend. That was a wild weekend. Oh, hey, Gator. Where you at, Gator? And Dimmy, too. This is going to get a modification. It is literally like a shiny guitar trophy. And it's going to get a modification. And it's getting gifted out this summer. Okay, did you see it? It's a little shiny guitar trophy. So shh. Can you think of anybody off the top of the list that should go to? Because if so, you're probably right. And yeah, it's golden. Yep. It's a shiny golden guitar, man. It's not really golden, but... No lie, huh? It's perfect. Somebody is just literally blinding my street with way too many headlights. Yay, they're leaving. Good. Cheers. Thanks for leaving. Redneck. I could maybe do something on the back of it. I would have to get a really good... But yeah, I could totally make it have a redneck on it. That would definitely be funny. Say, come on, man. Your guitar's a redneck. Yeah, that would work. I could probably do something. No, I was basically just gonna give it a... I was just gonna have something on the base of the trophy, but I'm not sure what yet. So it hasn't been completed. But I do like the idea of a red neck. I don't have any paint, but I do have stickers. And I have red. I don't know. Have to think of something. We'll have to see how it goes. I ain't painting it. No way am I painting it. I would totally decimate it if I tried to paint it. So I won't paint it. But I will definitely graffiti it with stickers. That I can do. I had something like that. I was thinking like rock on, gold on, so that as you turn it, it's just like continuous, like rock over. It depends. Honestly, it really depends, Tico, on the images, and sometimes I'll just play around with it and see how it looks. Like right now, that's not much image just yet. But eventually I'll have to give it up because I will get tired. There's no doubt about that. But that, and depends on how many stack failures, and it really depends on how patient I am. So whatever the built-in aperture is, and I generally don't crop too much out unless there's a bunch of garbage at the edges, and sometimes I still won't crop it out. So like on this one, it was like, here's one that I didn't mess with, but this is the one I did mess with, and I would say that was probably, I'd have to look at the subdirectory to see how many images I have in there. I think it was 200 and some odd images. I see 4 or 5. Yeah, 291 images, so if you feel like doing the math, that was, I don't think I pulled any out of the stack. I just let them go. The one for M1 was, I'm pretty sure I took a few out of the M1 stack, but not very many. And I think I only took 2 out of the M51 stack. If I felt inclined to do so. I mean, there's not really that much I end up doing with it in the post. I'll typically pull out a little bit of, I'll usually pull out a little bit of brightness after I run a denoise on it. I'm sure I could. It's yet another learning curve, and that'll probably come at some later date. I don't know. At some point, I will no longer be satisfied with what I can do directly on the telescope. So yeah, I'll probably go into serial or something like that. I do. You decide actually. You go in and you go into the settings, and I just set it for 10-second exposures. Then that way I have less loss on stack failures. And I may change that up when I do go to some further. Um, so, for example, I know I'm going to be doing some imaging of the Eagle Nebula this summer. I'm planning on chasing that one down. And I will go full tilt with the other mount, so I get some really good imagery. And that's probably going to be a beast of a process in general. And if I do it from dark skies, then it's certainly going to be a much nicer looking image than if I were to do it from here. So all things considered, the pictures that I am able to pull it down from my actual location, because I do have street lights, I do have neighborhood porch lights, and I have to be kind of particular when I set up my scope. So well, you end up with more possibility for star trails just due to movement. And it'll allow you up to a 20-second in Alt As. It'll let you go, I think, up to a minute if you're in equatorial. But essentially, if you have a stack failure and you've gone for a 30-second exposure, that's 20 seconds that you might not have had a stack failure. So I figure I'll go for the shorter exposures and go from there. I'll try some 20s. I'll play around with higher time lapses, but so far I've had pretty good luck with the 10-second rule. And I mean, a lot of people go either extreme. And I guess if you have the right mount, the right light, and everything's, perfect, then you could probably go for a longer exposure. But with field rotation and star trails and literally losing, 30 to 60 seconds of exposure time, I'll cut the risk and stick with the 10-second exposures. It's, less risk. If you get a satellite invader and stuff like that, I mean, yeah, there's certainly more process. There's more in post you have to screw around with. So there's always that side of the coin too. So when you go into post and, the same amount of time as far as light time on the pictures, it's all relative to how or where you want to deal with it. Do you want to deal with it as it happens, or do you want to deal with it in post? So if your post is going to take a little bit longer, so be it. And I think that's kind of the direction I ended up leaning towards. I've read a couple of people say that, they think that 20 seconds is the sweet spot, but I'll have to try it and see what I think. But I feel like it's not going to work as well until I'm polar aligned, just to prevent a lot of that field rotation. What's the space station doing tonight? Anything? I gonna get a freebie tonight? No. It's on a morning thing now. Dang it. You're absolutely right, Tico. All of it boiling down to how much light you're willing to let in at any given time. So, yeah, for sure. Give me a second. I'm going to step outside and actually take a look at the sky and see how much more time we got left. If we've got a good amount of time, then I'm just going to go ahead and let this go for a little bit, and then we'll do a quick stack and probably call it, I'm going to say another maybe 45 minutes ish, depending on the sky. So give me a sec and I will be right back. Okay, it'll be more than a sec, but I'll still be right back. We're joining your shift. How did that happen? Did we sign up for that? That better pay overtime. Just don't forget I also have duties in the cave from time to time. So the late shift can be tricky sometimes. We need to have a union meeting. I'm telling you right now. Because I obviously missed the memo that I had to stay up all night. What am I even doing here? That's what I'm doing. I forgot. Salary? Salary? I want a good Christmas bonus, that's all. Now that's funny. Nope, 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 nope. Freedom of speech. Nice try, though. Ah, dang it, Gator, we're all old. Don't worry about it. Like I said before, old age is not a luxury everyone gets. So I got my fingers crossed that I at least, get close. Man, Nightbot's being really needy. Dang thing. Maybe I should put those on commands or something. Because they almost drive me crazy. I might do that. So my Nightbot doesn't spam my chat all the damn time. I still need to get in and do some minor tweaks on my Nightbot anyway. I just keep forgetting to do it before I go live. It's usually after I'm done going live that I remember to think about it, and then I don't do it anyways. So there's a couple things I want to do on there. I think I will put the fan club stuff and whatnot on commands. Instead of being so dang spammy. Because they drive me crazy as well as I'm sure they drive other people crazy. If they'd just do it in a little bit better rotation, I probably would not get nearly as annoyed as I do with them now. But it is what it is. My phone's gone crazy. I don't know why, but my phone's gone crazy. It's doing some stupid stuff right now. Suppose I could check and see if it's got a decent charge. Meh, not bad. Well, I may actually be able to get away with a full hour on this one, and then it would definitely look better with a few hours on it, but hindsight's 2020. Depending on if my phone decided to get over itself. No, it did not get over itself. Let's see. What's our positioning for this bad boy? It's on the rise. We can let it go for a while. I'm cool with that. I don't think I have M101 in this montage of images. Bunch of other stuff. Ooh, I do too, sweet. It's so pretty when it's like that. So Tico, to be a little bit more specific on what you were asking about the f-stop and all that good stuff, I actually have that information. It is 2 megapixels, ISO 80, 250 millimeter, f5, Does that give you a little bit more info? Add that latest image into the slides. Now we got it. I just added that latest image into the mix. Hurry back. Okay, I still got to do something to get that corrected. But give me a minute. Let's see if we got them all. Well, I'm going to suggest we give this a quick stack, and then we go take a look at Jupiter for a minute. Looks like all the moons are out for a minute. Well, they're out for a little longer than a minute, but they're out. So I wonder how long it will take to stack this. Oof. Might take a minute. Let's see. Make sure I don't have any absolute obvious junk in here. Just by looking at the raw images, it looks like it does kind of a miniature mosaic anyway. So I think that's probably some of the reason why I'm getting some outside edge garbage on the images when they're finished. Which makes a little bit of sense, I guess. Welcome back, Gator. And look at you with that shiny number 1. Yeah, I think I'll just stick with what it's already selected, so. I know, now Sweet's gonna come in and try and swoop it. He did. Fight nice, everyone. I need to go get a snack. And I'm gonna let this good stuff stack. And hopefully we got the new images in the fray. That's true. Okay, Gator, get ready for the test. I'll be right back. Okay, Gator, get ready for the test. I'll be right back. Good old Nightbot. It's good for something, right? Clearly, Nightbot did become useful at least once today. At least once. We are getting there. 82%. It's a tie. Y'all are tied. Same number of points. Hit refresh, sweet. You guys are funny. Oops. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Make her stop. No, I don't. No, not that I'm aware of. But we can. Oh my goodness, you crack me up. So that's before I denoised it. And that is after denoising it. So let's take a little bit of the brightness out. I don't want to take out that much. 10. Add a little contrast. Usually I match it. Just what I pull out, I want to kind of put back. And I think I'm going to crop that just a smidgen as well. Not very much. I think. Oh, not anywhere near that much. Okay, let's try this. Clumsy thumbsies. How does that look? Yeah? Yeah? Anyone? Anyone? Well, I'm gonna keep that. And I'll put that one into the mix here in a little bit. Yeah, that came out nice. Hey Carl, welcome in. Well, I'm actually going to call it. I've been going for a little longer than I expected to go. I did want to finish looking at that particularly lovely image there. And now I want to go take a quick peek at Jupiter before we close out. Because I said I was gonna. And because I can't resist. So let's see what we see. Let's see if we can find it. My other camera is currently offline because my security stuff just did an update. So we probably have to give it credentials or something to properly work. But I can still see it outside, so I'm okay with it. It just won't let me display it in OBS right now. Well, there it is. No. There's the stripes. Hey, Richie Rich, what's going on, buddy? Rich Gator said I had to do overtime and stay up all night and stuff. And I told him I had cave duties and I don't know. I was gonna have to go to the union rep. Where's Bobby Ramos? She got my back. So, Rich, that's what we were just looking at right there, which is M101. Pinwheel Galaxy. And before that was these. And since my brain is shot, I literally need to go into the C-Star to tell me what it is. IC 405. That turned out really, really nice. I'm really glad I revisited a couple of these targets, such as M51. M1. So you got here just in time for me to call it a night, right? So Rich is taking up the morning shift since he's getting all caffeinated up now. I have officially run out of coffee for the night, and my available give a craps are just not really there, so since I don't have it in me to make more coffee, I think I will go grab the scope and call it a night. But I will leave you guys with a slideshow until I get back, and then I will say goodbye for the night. Be right back. All right. Another good night. Good time. And thanks, you guys. Have a great night, morning, day, whatever it may be. Keep looking up. See you later. Thanks, everyone.